Okay, so hello and welcome everyone. Uh, Hope you all are fine. All those who are facing difficulty and joining, I would request you that I've shared a link. On that link, there will be an ID and a password that will be communicated that from which you can join. Can you all hear me? Let's just wait for 5 more minutes, and then we can start our class. Let's just wait for 5 more minutes, please. Okay, so I guess there are still students who want to join. So let's just wait for 5 more minutes so that everyone can join and then we can start. There are some students who are still waiting. I've shared the passcode and the meeting ID as well. So I guess that will be an easier way for you all to join today's class. Okay, as you must know me, there are students who have already been aware of me. Um, there are students who already know me. Rest, obviously, there are students whom don't know me right now. So I'll give my brief introduction. I'll have a proper format of today's meeting. What are we discussing in today's class? My viewpoint for today's meeting or today's era is just to facilitate you all in regard with all those students who are having difficulties. I have filtered out some questions that will basically help you in getting along with the paper this attempt. I've tried my level best to facilitate you all. I've tried my level best to facilitate you all. I hope so that this workshop is beneficial for every one of you who is attempting your paper in September 2021 attempt. Okay, so I welcome you all. My name is Sir Sheikh Bilal Haq. There are 2 to 3 rules of today's class. Firstly, uh, I have made these notes and we will be going through these notes. Number one, this is a comprehensive 5 days workshop and I've kept the first day, the demo class to be free so that major student can consolidate and they can facilitate from themselves. The basic aim of organizing this workshop or the basic reason of organizing this workshop is to make you guys well aware of how to attempt the SBL examination in CBE format. In today's class, we will not only be discussing the areas that I've already consolidated in front of you. We will not only be going through the topics. Rather, my focus will be to help you all, to facilitate you all in regard with the maximum amount of practice questions. There are numerous practice questions that you guys have right now. We have got tremendous amount of SBL past examination. The agenda of today and 4 more days of this entire workshop is that, as I've written on the poster that is in front of you, that we will be going through the extensive revision of all the chapters. Now, first thing that you guys must need to know is that there are around 9 to 10 chapters that are there within the SBL examination, including the new one. All those students who do not know what the new topics are or have not gone through the new topics, you can direct message me. You can send me a text, and I will be sharing the link of all the new topics. I have conducted a 3-hour class previously on all the new topics, and you can go through those topics. I will not be covering those topics in my workshop. Rather, I will be covering the entire set of things within the workshop. All my today's class agenda and the next 5 days agenda, I will be keep on sharing the agenda of all these classes. I have kept this class today free of cost so that you can facilitate yourself. You can avail the opportunity of having the maximum amount of practice as much as possible. So it's a 5 days revision workshop. My core objective of today's class will be that we will be going through the revision of all the chapters. The basic theme, the basic aim is the revision of all the chapters. Then we will be going through the drafting, the major reason behind failure of SBL examination. You can see last attempt result of SBL examination was poor. It was not a good result. The second thing that we'll be going through is the CBE formatting. How do you format your answers? And the third thing that we'll be going through is at the end of this workshop, that is after 5th day, we will be conducting a mock exam on the 7th, that is day after the end of the workshop, and another mock exam on the 8th day. So this is basically 5 days revision plus 2 mock exams, and I will be answering the mock exam queries, and I'll be checking all the mock exams. Now, the fact is that I've been receiving tremendous amount of works, many questions from majority of you all, but I cannot obviously correct everyone's answer because I've got loads and loads of work from my regular students as well. So we'll be going through the workshop at the end of the day, mock exam at the end of the day, and extensive practice on new topics that I've already covered. If you need those new topics, you can message on the group. I will be sending you the YouTube link for those new topics. Remember, my pick of the day is that in this attempt, there are numerous amount of chances that the new topic, that the scenario will relate to the new topics and not the old one. So it's very much clear. As the new topics have been included, I would request you all that it is very much intended from the examiner side that the new topic might be tested in your SBL examination, and the scenario might relate to your SBL examination. Okay, so before going through this workshop, I need to make 2 to 3 rules. We will be having breaks for prayer time, that is right after 3 to 4 minutes. We'll be having our first break because it's prayer time for all the Muslim students who are right now in this workshop. Number 1. Number 2 is my major focus of today's workshop class will be that we would quickly go through the topics of the day. As I have mentioned the topics of the day, and we'll quickly go through those topics, and at the end of those topics, we'll try to solve at least one full-fledged paper with you all. I'll try to, but on CB format, on the practice platform that is being given by the ACCA's examination department. We'll solve on the practice platform so that majority of students can be facilitated in this regard. Now, third thing that is my expectation from you all, if you want to ask any question in regard with the today's workshop, during this workshop, you can raise your hand, you can use the chat option, and at the end of the workshop, at the end of the day, that is at 11 p.m., I will be allowing you to open your mics and you can talk to me directly. One more thing that I would want you all from you all is that please switch off your cameras, because the fact is that if your cameras are going to open, then I will not be able, and students will not be able to get the maximum amount of facilitation. So I would request you not to open your cameras and not to open your cameras and not to open your mics till the time you have any question. You can raise hand. Yes, Asad. Yes, Asad. I'm so fast. Okay, I'll try to speak little bit low. Okay, okay, Asad. But I guess it is not as fast as I was expecting, but still, okay, I'll try to speak low. No issues. Okay, so let's have namaz break right now. Let's have prayer break. Let's have prayer break right now. Am I loud or am I fast? Is it bit loud or am I speaking fast? You cannot. Okay, so what we can do is we can have namaz break. You can text on the SBL. You can text on the group in which you are included, and I will share the link for the. I'll share the link for the new topics. My YouTube channel contains that link for the new topic. I'll share that. But before starting today's class, let's have 10 minutes of namaz break. We have 10 minutes break. Till the time other students are also joining, we are having a 10-minute break, and then we can start, right?
Okay, so let's resume. First thing is that am I audible and visible to you all? Can two, three participants raise their hands if am I audible? If I am audible, please raise your hand, and I'm visible, please raise your hand. Okay, perfect, 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 perfect. Okay, so today's the objective of today's class is that we will be going. Obviously, I have introduced myself. We have had a break as well. This is Sheikh Bilal Haq, and in today's class, we are going through the areas that are the basically I'm talking about the day wise plan. I have shared the first day plan with you all. I will be sharing three things every single day. So all those who are taking today's class, if you are interested in taking the other 4 days as well, you can join, and you are interested in taking the mock exam as well, you can directly contact me or my administration. Okay, so it says that the first day, that today's day, the most important part that majority of people are missing in the SBL examination, that majority of people are basically struggling out, is the part of time management. Sir, how should I manage my time? Sometimes it seems that when I'm attempting the paper, it takes only 1 hour to read the entire set of paper, and I can even relate to the examination scenario. And other times what I need to face is that when I'm going through the examination terms, when I'm going through the examination scenario, I'm unable to read out the entire set of paper. I will share this material after the end of the class, but only for the registered ones. So I'll share this material. Don't worry. I'll share this material on the groups as well. Exam techniques. In today's class, we are going through the time management. Now, the most appropriate or the most beneficial thing that I feel that today's class will give you all is these 4 points that is not being given by me, but the examiner. These 4 points are being given by the examiner. So you need to go through these top tips presented by the examiner. Plan to study the syllabus content as quickly as possible. So this was to be done when you are taking the regular course. Now we are end of the course. Now we are just 15-20 days away from the paper. Start practicing case study question as soon as possible. So today we are major focus will be to study, to practice on the case study question as soon as possible. Work on your professional skills. What are the professional skills? I'll be going through the professional skills right now. From the outset, attempt each specimen and past exam content in full and 2 times. So today's class, I will be I will be solving one specific entire set of paper in front of you on CBE format. I will be solving the entire set of paper in front of you on CBE format. So you need to make sure that you are giving your 100% in today's class. Okay, so these are some of the guidelines. Today's professional skills that we are going through is the evaluation and communication skills. We will be looking at evaluation, we'll be looking at communication skills, and formats that we are going to test in today's class is the format of press release and is the format of briefing paper, reports, etc. Today's topic that we are going through is the social and environmental factors, and the relevant past paper that it relates to is December 2018 highlight hotel past paper. We will be going through highlight hotel past paper. Question number 2A, social and environmental factor. Then there is another topic with the name of Pestle analysis, political, economical, social, technological, ecological, and legal factors. We will be going through a question paper. Extremely sorry, of March, June 2019. That is Smartware question number 1A. Then we'll be going through Potter 5 force model. Potter 5 force model, bargaining power of supply, bargaining power of customer, threat of new entrant, threat of rivalry, and competitive rivalry. So these are the Potter 5 force. And then we'll be going through 6 capitals, that is integrated reporting, which relates to human capital, manufactured capital, so on and so forth. There are 6 different types of capital that we'll be going through in today's class. So today's exam technique, okay, so the first technique that we are going through in today's examination is the time management. Now remember one thing. You need to keep this thing in your mind. You need to keep this thing in your mind that there are 2 different times that you are right now looking at, that is the reading time and the writing time. Now, the best part about these 2 times are that when I say, just a minute, please, let me open, let me open another window where I can write something, and you need to write it with me, along with me, so that you can make sure that you're writing these points in your registers or anywhere you feel like, so that you can get a better insight of today's class. So let me write something for you. See, the entire set of examination is of 100 marks. You know it very well that the entire set of examination is of 100 marks. Now, these 100 marks are divided into 2 different areas. These 100 marks are divided into 2 different areas. The first area of these 100 marks is the reading time. The first area of these 100 marks is reading time. Now, what do you mean by reading time? Basically, by the word reading time, I mean that you need to read the entire case study. Firstly, you need to read the entire case study. Then you need to do the referencing. Now, this is the thing that I will teach you today. We have got 3 goddamn hours to do this entire stuff. And last but not the least, you will be going through the reflection. In this entire reading time, you will be doing 3 different things. Read the entire case study. You will be reading the, now I'll be doing an entire set of reading. I'll mark 60 minutes and I'll read in front of you, and I'll let you know how this reading element is being done. Then I will do the referencing as well in front of you, so that you guys can easily know, okay, what referencing mean. And then I will do the reflection part as well, where to write something, how to highlight, what points to highlight, what are the major areas that if you start highlighting in your examination, you will feel more secure when you are going for the writing time. Now, once you are done with reading, I'm letting you know what are the reading time limits and what are the writing time limits. Now you need to go for the writing time. Now, this writing time, in this writing time, you need to solve all parts. You need to solve all parts, and you need to make formats, and you need to showcase, the professional, you need to showcase professional skills. Now, the best part is that the entire set of examination is of 4 hours. The entire set of examination is of 4 hours. My recommendation is, and this is not only my recommendation, rather this is the recommendation from the ACCA side as well, that you need to allocate your time properly. You need to allocate 60 minutes This means that you have total of 240 minutes. You need to allocate only 60 minutes. You can complete reading before that as well, but you need to allocate only 60 minutes for reading time, and you need to allocate 180 minutes for writing time. Now, the best part of the scenario is that, sir, if I am allocating 60 minutes for my reading purpose, in those 60 minutes, it is not just to read, but to reflect and but to do the referencing and go for reflection as well. And in those 180 minutes, you are not only solving your examination, but you are also making formats and you are also showcasing the professional skills. Now, one of the bestest way of not clearing SBL examination is not to attempt your paper in full. This means if you need to, I'm stating a golden rule. I'm stating a golden rule. If you want to pass your XBL examination in first attempt in the September 2021 attempt, just just focus on what I'm explaining right now and just go through this golden rule. Make sure, make sure that you need to make sure that you complete your paper. See, if you are not completing your paper, trust me over the fact, if you are not completing your paper, you are doing a blunder. You need to complete, you need to follow this rule. Trust me, this rule will make you clear your examination in September 2021 attempt. If you want to clear this examination, just have a trust on yourself, just have a trust on these words. You need to complete your paper. If there are 5 requirements, if there are 4 requirements, you will have to complete it there and then. If you're not completing your paper, this means that you are doing a blunder. And this blunder will lead you not to clear your exam. So you need to pass your examination within 180 minutes of writing time and 60 minutes of reading time. This means that in order to solve 100 marks examination in 180 minutes, you have 1.8 minute per mark. You have 1.8 minute per mark. So keep this thing in mind. Now, my viewpoint about every single question before I go get into the topical area, I am just teaching you time management. I'm just teaching you time management right now. Before going into the topical area, I just need 15 more minutes to teach you the time management. Trust me. If you are solving question number one, let's suppose, and the question number one is of 10 marks. This means that you have got 1.8 minute per mark. This means that you have total of 18 minutes. During reading time, this is what you need to do. When you are doing the reading time, you need to write the starting time. Let's suppose I'm starting my paper at 2 p.m. So I have got 2:18. That is the last time to write my question number one. Not more than that, not less than that. Now there can be two situations. Now there can be two situations. So I started doing question number one. I started doing question number one. Let's suppose I wrote the format and I'm just left with 1 or 2 lines. Now, if you are just left with 1 or 2 lines, write those lines, take an extra minute, maybe 1 minute or 30 seconds, or maybe let's suppose 1.5 minute, take an extra minute, complete your answer and then move forward. Let's suppose your time was 218, but you took 219. That's okay. No issues in that. However, if you are left with an entire set of paragraph, you are left with an entire paragraph. Now you need to consider one thing. What you will do is you will leave some space and you will move to question number two. Why am I saying this? Let's suppose question number two consisted of 20 minutes and you were able to complete question number two maybe in 18 minutes. So at the end of the paper, you are still left with 10 minutes or 12 minutes. You can always come back and fill the space. Rather than leaving the end question and solving question number one with extra 5 or 10 minutes, do this strategy. I'm not the one who is teaching this examination for the first time. It has been many attempts that I've been teaching this examination, and trust me, this particular technique will do wonders in clearing as well as completing your paper. Do you all get this? I need some responses from your side. Do you all get this? Yes or no? Should I move forward? Please let me know. Very good. Okay. So let's just quickly go through the reading and planning time. Normally, 3 exhibits contain information to be used in multiple questions. These are time-consuming exhibits. First, read these exhibits and do your marking and referencing. For example, includes board meetings. This will include the annual reports. They might include the websites, newspaper articles, interviews, etc. However, the last 3 exhibits may contain information to be used in one particular question. Walaikum salam. In one particular question, that is one-on-one exhibit. Just take a quick look, for example, 1 or 2 minutes. Read these after you have completed the reading of your main exhibit. For example, includes financial projections, any specific data, and analysis. Now, what to do if the reading time is up? I have told you, you need to do only one thing. If the reading time is up, stop. No need to invest extra time in reading. Don't you invest any extra time in going for the reading stuff. You do not have ample amount of time. You do not have much time. Just stop and keep on focusing on your right, because your reading will not let you gain your marks. Obviously, they will facilitate you in gaining marks, but they will not give you the entire set of marks. Rather, your writing will give you the entire set of marks. Do you get this? You need to stop. You can always come back and read the remaining part. Now, the most alarming and the most biggest mistake that the students of SBL examination are doing continuously, and they are not aware of this. See, the fact is that normally the SBL examination will contain, and this is my own analysis. This is the analysis that I have identified during the last 4 to 5. In fact, during the last in 8 attempts that I've seen of SBL examination. See, there are total 6 to 7 exhibits that are being given in examination. Sorry, there are total 6 to 7 exhibits that are given in SBL examination. And trust me, there are around 4 to 5 requirements. Now, during reading time, you will analyze this situation. I ask every single regular student of mine to do this analysis. There are 4 to 5 requirements, and during reading time, you will analyze this situation. How? Let me just quickly go through this. See, the first 2 requirements and the last 2 requirements. If I say there are 4 requirements, The first two requirements will be solved from all these exhibits. That is 6 to 7 exhibits. They will be requiring all these 6 to 7 exhibits. However, the last two requirement will be solved from one on one exhibit. Now, what do I mean by saying this? Now, what do I mean by saying this? Let's just quickly go through this. See, if the question is saying that you are external consultant, number one, and you need to analyze. I'm talking about the last two questions. You need to analyze the financial statement of company and advise on the deteriorating situation. Now, can you relate to one thing? See, he is just asking you to analyze the financial statement. And he's saying that financial statement is given in exhibit number 7. Or the question may require, okay, there is a news report about our company, and that news report states something negative about our company. You need to analyze that news report. You need to read out that news report and give us a solution how to make the scenario or how to respond to the scenario that is being portrayed in the news report. How do we identify the multiple exhibits? Every exhibit in the introductory phase, I will just be going through the question. I will let you know how to identify that as well. Just give me half an hour. I'll be identifying how to identify these things as well. Right? One more thing. When you are going through your reading time, do one more activity that will help you in making your answer more prominent and more marks gaining. You, for example, if you are solving any question, if you are solving any question, remember, if you are solving any question, remember, you need to identify 4 different things. Number one, what is your role? Whom are you? Who are you? What is your role? Number one. Number two, whom are you communicating? Number three, number third point, what format is required? And number four, which professional, which professional skill is required? Which professional skill is tested? These are the questions that will be asked from you. These are the specific questions that you need to identify when you are solving an SBL examination. Do you all get this? Whom are, for example, what is your role? Let's suppose they say that you are the external consultant. Um, whom are you communicating to? For example, they say, whom are you communicating to? So you will say, let's suppose you are communicating to the CFO of the company. What format is being required? You are required to write a report. And what professional skills will be tested? Let's suppose they say that, okay, you need to analyze the situation, or you need to evaluate the situation, or you need to have showcase communication skills, or you need to showcase commercial acumen, skepticism, any other skills that is required. Is it clear to you all? Yes, please. Is it clear to you all? Is there any question till now, or should we move forward? Explain upper paragraph. Which paragraph? This one? You are external consultant. Let's suppose they say that you are the external consultant and you are now about to analyze the financial situation, financial statement of the company. Now, this financial situation of the company can be easily analyzed just by reading exhibit number 7. If you just read exhibit number 7, over there the financial situation is given. You can easily communicate on the basis of only one single exhibit. You don't need to read the entire question paper once again. Go back to exhibit number 7 once again and read it out, and then you'll be getting to know how will I be communicating, or how will I be writing or formulating my answer. Just wait for a second. Once we start writing the answer, you will get a clear insight of what am I talking about right now. So sometimes examiner asks that, like CEO wants to prepare a report to present to the board. Now, in that case, whom are we writing to? Remember one thing: if you are writing in the third party's capacity and the CEO is wanting you to write a report to the board, then you will be writing a report to the board, because the board will get to know that this report is not coming from the CEO of the company, rather this is coming from an external consultant. So if the CEO says that you need to write a report to the board, you will be addressing the board, not the CEO of the company. Because this report is not written by a CEO, rather it's being written by you, right? Okay, so let's move forward. What to do if the reading time is up? You need to stop. You can always come back and read the remaining part. You need to stop immediately. Alert, tip of the day. Paper completion is the key to success. Now you have got 1.8 minutes for the writing time. Yes, sir, I've got only 1.8 minutes for writing. How to keep track of your time? Write ending time in front of each question as soon as you receive the question paper. As soon as you receive the question paper, obviously this is the CB format paper, so you need to write. You can do some rough work on the scratch pad or on the Microsoft Word, or sorry, on the preferred areas that you that are being given to you. You can quickly write question number 1 will have 18 minutes, question number 2 will have 17 minutes, and you need to wear a watch so that you can keep a track of your time. Keep an eye on the watch and strictly follow the ending time mentioned against the question. Length of your answer. Now, this is the question that majority of students are doing wrong, because many of them are writing too much and many of the students are writing lesser than the requirement. So you need to keep a track of your time as well as the length of your answers as well. So it says that length of your answer 5 line per total marks excluding format. 5 line per total mark. This means you need to write a maximum of 5 lines, not more than that. If you want to attain one single point, if you are explaining one single point, you need to write 5 lines. This means that if you are writing for one point, you need to write 5 lines per point, at least maximum 5 lines, not more than that. It can be less, it can be 2 lines as well, it can be 1 line as well, but not more than that. And one point will help you in gaining 2 marks. But there's an exception as well. The exception is if the question says that you need to write weakness plus recommendation, then 1 point will let you gain 3 marks. And if the question says that you need to write weakness plus implication plus recommendation, if the question says that you will be writing weaknesses, internal control, identify the internal control weaknesses, what will be the implication of these internal control weaknesses, and what are the recommendation in this regard, then one single point will help you in gaining 4 marks. So now the things are very clear to us. This means, sir, this means that if I write 1 point, I'll be getting 2 marks. And in order to get 2 marks, I need to write maximum of 5 lines. If I want to gain 2 marks, I need to write maximum of 5 lines. Second thing, there is an exception. Exception. The exception is if you are being told to identify risk and give recommendation. In this scenario, 1 point will help you in gaining 3 marks. And if you are being told to identify risk, its impact and its recommendation. You are being told to identify risk, its impact, and its recommendation. You will be gaining 4 marks for one single goddamn point. Is it clear to everyone? Is it clear to everyone? No, no, no. 1 point is 5 lines, not 1 mark. 1 point is equal to 5 lines. 1 point means 2 marks is equal to 5 lines. Is it clear to every one of you? Now you need to follow these guidelines. See, this is a tricky paper. You need to follow these guidelines in order to clear this examination. Okay, let's move forward. It says what to do if the writing time is up. Again, you need to stop. You can always come back and write the remaining part. Alert, tip of the day number 2. Leave some lines and move to the next question. If the writing time is up, leave some lines and move to the next question. If in the end you are left with some time, you can always come back. Remember, leaving 2 to 3 lines in the examination question is far better than leaving an entire question at the end of the paper. Leaving an entire question at the end of the paper just to complete these 2 to 3 lines in your question will not give you more marks. For risk and recommendation, we need to write 5 lines for each risk and recommendation. No, no. For pointer answers, for example, if you are writing 1 point for risk and 1 point for recommendation, obviously it is just 1 point. Over there, 5 lines policy is not applying. And one more thing that I would want to clarify right now at the starting phase of this workshop is make sure that you are writing in paragraph until and unless told by the examiner. Whenever I'm checking the examination questions, majority of the students are writing in pointers. I don't know why. I don't get this logic of writing in pointers. You have to write in your paragraphing form. You are writing a letter, you are writing an email, you are writing a memo, you are writing a report, and you are writing those reports, memos, emails, and press releases in pointers. I don't know why. Who will come and explain these pointers? Yes, you will write in points when you are making presentation slides. Yes, you will write in points when you are making the columnar format for risk and recommendation or control weaknesses, its implication, and its recommendation. Over there, it's perfectly fine. But when you are writing a complete set of report, you are writing memo, you are writing risk, you are making a risk register, you are making drafts, you need to follow the paragraphing format. And this is not coming from Sir Sheikh Bilal, rather this is coming from the examiner himself. I will make sure that you read at least 2 to 3 examination reports in this workshop so that you can get the idea of what examination mistakes are the students doing. So today's topic, let's just quickly jump onto the topic so that we can start them. We'll go through the Pestle analysis, we'll go through the Portify force model, we'll go through the diamond model, we'll go through the environmental and political factors, and last but not the least, SOT model. What professional skills are we going through in today's class? We are going through the evaluation skills, we are going through the communication skills, and in today's class, we'll see how to write the press release, we'll see how to write the briefing paper, and we'll also go through the report writing format. Okay, so let's just quickly start from the social footprints. Obviously, social footprints have a different impact on the employees. The first thing that you need to go through is that the company will have an impact on employee in terms of the staff turnover. The company need to maintain a specific staff turnover. They need to reduce the staff turnover. The staff should be very well satisfied with them. They need to provide training, and in every question, in DCS question, in TT4U, in rail company, in every single question I have seen that the company is investing some time in providing training to their staff. They are investing some time in giving the staff a good environment along with a good, handsome, market competitive salaries as well. Working condition, healthy and safety working condition should be provided. Reasonable pay scale. Now, this is something very important. You need to provide them with reasonable pay scales. See, if the pay scale is not reasonable, it is not market competitive, then you're exploiting your employees. And gender equality, the company, you can write in your answers that we are an equal opportunity firm. Now, one more mistake that I just got to know, I just that came into my mind right now is that majority of students when they are writing, just a second, please. Okay, majority of students that are writing in their examination, they are doing one of the biggest blunder, and that is, just a second, I'm just trying to find out. Okay, and that is, see, what majority of students are doing is that they are not following this trail. See, whenever I'm reading the question, the student says that the employee should be laid off. Now, this laid off or that particular employee should be kicked off or made unemployed. See, there are some professional jargons. There are some professional jargons. You need to use some polite words. For example, rather than saying laid off, kicked off, unemployed, you can say that the employees should be considered for a reappointment. Employees should be considered for reappointment, or the employees should be given another chance in some other role. Whenever you say that there is a fraudulent activity being performed, rather than saying fraudulent activity, you can say that there is something dubious. You can say that there is something. What I'm trying to explain over here is that use polite and professional jargons. See, I saw a question in which the CEO was committing a fraud, and one of the participants, one of my registered regular student, he wrote the answer that the CEO should be held liable for the fraud, and we should ask the CEO to return the amount of money, and the CEO should also be taken to the police. Now, this is something, and the question basically wanted you to evaluate the situation and give pros and cons and obviously conclusions as well. But these are all harsh words. Even though the CEO is committing fraud, you cannot write that the CEO is committing fraud. This is something which is very personal. Yes, you cannot say that, okay, the CEO is committing fraud, throw him away, remove him immediately, take extreme action against him. No, even if you are being told to write a secretive report, and the chairman of the company is asking you to write a secretive report against the CEO, and the chairman is dubious, the chairman is of the view that the CEO is committing some fraud, so you can use some polite words. For example, it seems that there is some miscommunicated situation from the CEO of the company. The CEO of the company seems to be reluctant reluctant in disclosing all the relevant information. See, I'm not using the word fraud. Rather, what I'm saying is that the CEO of the company is reluctant in disclosing information. The CEO of the company is not keeping the information transparent to all the stakeholders of the company. The stakeholders of the company should reconsider the appointment of CEO. So use such words rather than throwing all those harsh words. Go on for some professional jargon, because harsh word, and this is the comment of the examiner, not from my side, not from any other side. This is the comment of the examiner, and you need to make sure that you are following these specific words. Let's just quickly go through the customers. Okay, the social footprints on customers and suppliers. There should be no discrimination that the supplier is big or small, the customer is big or small. For example, we have got minor shareholders and major shareholders. You need to treat them the same. Health and safety concerns. You will be providing value for money products. You'll be paying to the suppliers on time. You'll be not delaying their payments. All these factors should be included in the social factors that relate to this area. Then we have then we have diversity. Make sure that you have diverse labor forces. Make sure that you have diverse supplier forces. You are facilitating every single type of customers. And quality of your product. Your quality of the product matters a lot. You should provide value for money product. You should not take added undue advantage from the individuals who are purchasing products from you. Then we have society as a whole. You should make sure that your product is safe and not deteriorating or not producing harmful impact on the environment. You will be performing the corporate social responsibility. And remember one thing, whenever I say corporate social responsibility, there are two types of strategies that come into my mind. Any student who is not my regular student, who have not yet studied from me, and is workshop student, can you please identify the two types of strategic corporate social responsibilities? Can you please identify the two types of corporate social responsibilities? Please, come on, give me an answer. Any student who is not my regular student, can you tell me how many types of corporate social responsibilities do we perform? And how do we define those types? You can open your mic right now. Yes, please. Yes, please let me know. How many types of corporate social responsibility activities are we performing? Please let me know. Yes. Okay, so there are two types of corporate social responsibilities. The first one is the CSR, environmental and social. No. Social and ecological. No. These are the contents of the corporate social responsibility. I'm talking about the types of CSR strategy. There are two types. First one is the CSR strategy, and the second one is the strategic CSR. Can anyone tell me? I'm allowing you to open your mic. I'm allowing you to open your mic. Yes, please. Can you tell me what is the difference between strategic CSR and CSR strategy? What is the difference between
Yes,
strategy? Yes, please.
yeah, I am Baba.
Yes.
Yeah, I think for my own side, strategic CSR and the difference between strategic CSR and CSR strategy is that CSR strategy is that it's a strategy involved in by the institution to meet their corporate social responsibility. Whilst the strategic CSR now is looking at the company is investing in certain skills that they need in their institution. So they invest in the community or in people to develop their skills. So at the end of the day, they can benefit from those people.
Perfect answer. Let me just quickly give you an example of what CSR strategy is. and strategic CSR. Basically, strategic CSR means that the company is investing. Yes, perfectly fine. Thank you. Okay, so strategic CSR is the management driven CSR. This means that CSR strategy and strategic CSR, one relates to the overall environment only, and it has got no financial objective. The CSR strategy has got no financial objective. However, if I talk about the strategic CSR, this means that I've got some objective related to my own company. For example, I'm a banker and I'm providing scholarship to those students who want to study banking in the near future and they want to join my company. For example, recently I performed a strategic CSR in my company. There is one of my employees who wanted to do MBA. So what I offered him is, okay, my company will take all your the business administration expenses. You want to do masters? Okay, we are willing to take all your expenses, but you will be signing a bond in which you will not be leaving us for the next 2 years. This is a CSR strategy. I did something good for the person. I did something good for the society. I did something good for my employee. However, I also was able to attain my own personal objectives. So remember, there might be a situation in which the company, the question is asking you to go through these two areas. I don't know why, but I'm getting a myth, I'm getting a sixth sense, I'm getting a fourth-sightedness that there might be a question relating to the new topic, and that is artificial intelligence, big data, technology, disturbed ledger, blockchain, everything that is related to the new topics. And these strategic CSR combined together, there might be a scenario. And trust me, if they will ask you, you will be in a better position to identify that scenario. So yes, society as a whole, we have got the CSR strategies, the strategic CSRs. Sir, are we covering the social footprint under Pestle, or we are just covering it separate? Basically, we are covering it separately. We are covering the social footprint separately. Personal data and their privacy, it's very important that you are using this personal data. You should use it for the benefit of the society as a whole and not to take any undue advantage from this particular personal data. And fair business practices, fair play with suppliers, etc., every single thing will be included in the society. I just need to cover things quickly so that I can directly relate to my question that I want to solve right now. Then we have got the environmental footprints. Oh my God, we have got environmental footprints in terms of carbon footprints. These can be negative footprints, obviously, CO2 emissions, spillage, use of scarce resources, green products, recycling. Are you going for the recycling? Are you polluting the environment? Environmental friendly products, for example, the car that I own right now, it says that it's an eco-friendly car. So yes, I'm using a car which is eco-friendly. You guys are using a straw for your juices that are biodissolvable, biodegradable straws. You are using biodissolvable bags. This means that these are environmentally good products that we are being producing since the inception of the company, and this will have a good impact. So let's just quickly go through the examination question number 1 in today's class. Social and environmental footprint question relates to highlight hotel company. I will solve this question, but just wait for a second. Just wait. Just let me quickly go through this handout, and then we will be solving all these questions one by one. Then we have got the Pestle, that is the country macro environment. And in Pestle model, we have got political, economical, social, technological, ecological, and legal factors. Let's just quickly go through them as well. Political will involve government factors, government policies, government subsidies, government approvals, licensing, taxes, political stability. Every goddamn thing will be included in political factors. So if you are writing the answer in terms of political factors, make sure that you find out words like government, government policies. Government is giving subsidies. There are certain grants, there are certain approvals, there are certain taxes that are being updated, political stabilities, etc. Then we have got the technological factors, which relates to plant and machinery. We have got plants, we have got machineries, skilled workers are being taken into account, Are we going for automation, or are we going for the manual task? What does general environment mean? General environment means the overall environment of your economy, the overall environment of the entire set of world. These factors should not deteriorate the general environment, that is the overall economic environment around the world. IT and technology, internet and online systems, road and infrastructure. If you have got good roads, if you have got good distribution channels, if you have got a good infrastructure. And what do you mean when we ask for external environment? External environment means the general environment. External environment will include the suppliers. External environment will include the government. External environment will include the overall environment. External environment will include the tax authorities. Every single thing will be included in the external environment. Then it says the economy. What do you mean by economy? We need to look at the economic growth, economic downturn, the overall trade cycle of an economy. Is it something good? Is it something bad? Yes, I will share the notes at the end of the class. I will share the notes, no issues. Then it says the ecological factors. Obviously, there is CO2 emission, carbon footprints, recycling, pollutions. You need to go through these factors. I'm just revising it quickly so that at the end of the day you have that ample amount of areas that we should. No. When should we write Pestle and Potter both when the question asks for external environment? Nah. Only one model will be applied at one single question. No need to merge two different models. While reading the scenario, you will get to know that the question relate to Pestle model or it relate to Potter five force model. Don't merge two different questions. Do you also have a model answer for the past questions? Yes, I will be showcasing my answer. I will be showcasing my answer. No issues. I will be showcasing my answer. Laws, there are legal factors. For example, the laws, regulation, legislation, patents, trademarks, and copyrights, etc. Then we have got the Potter five force model. Remember, when I talk about overall economy, when I talk about overall economy, when the question, I'm repeating this hundreds of times so that you are not making this mistake in your real examination. When I talk about the overall environment, when I talk about the macro environment, when I talk about the external environment, when I talk about the overall environment as a whole, you will be applying Pestle model. And when I'm talking about industry, when I'm talking about the similar industries, when I'm talking about steel industry in which I'm operating and there are other firms operating as well, then I will be applying the Potter five force model, that is for the micro environment. I will be applying the Potter five force model. Do you all get this? This should be very crystal clear to you all. This should be very crystal clear to you all. There should be no doubt in this. Please let me know. Do you all get this? Is it clear to you all? Please let me know. Yes. Okay. Let's move forward. Now it says, just a minute. Now it says that Potter five force model means that you are applying it to industry, right? Now it says that the Potter five force is applying to the industry. There are five different forces. Whenever you are applying, I'm repeating it once again. Whenever you are applying a model to the industry, that model will relate to Potter five force model. And when you are applying a model that is relating to the overall economy, this model will include Pestle model. This is the way in which you'll be going through. Potter five force model will include bargaining power of customers, bargaining power of suppliers. Then we have in Potter five force, we have got bargaining power of customers, bargaining power of suppliers, threat of new entrants, threat of competitors, and last but not the least, threat of substitute products. So these are the Porter 5 force model that you will be applying at the end of the day. Let's just quickly go through them. So bargaining power of customer says look for the word. You need to look for such words, and that is look for the words like customers, consumers. In question you will be mentioning, there are majority of time when the students say, sir, can we copy paste directly from the question? This is a blunder that many students are doing, that they are copy pasting things from the question. Yes, you can copy paste to some extent, maybe 5 or 10% of your answer, 5 or 10% of your answer, but you will not be copy pasting the entire thing, right? So it says look for the words like customers, consumers, factors to decide if the bargaining power of customer is high or low. Now, how to decide if the bargaining power of the customer is high or low? See, if the customer factors to decide if the bargaining power of the customer is high or low, if you need to know the size of the customer. If the question says that the customer is taking around 80% of our sales, this means that the bargaining power of customer will be very high. If they say that the customer is taking only 1% of our sales, this means that the bargaining power is very low. So large global customers, any uniqueness of the customer is getting goods from us, that is tailor-made goods. So the bargaining power will be low, and the customer is getting general goods, the bargaining power will be high. Customer willing to pay premium pricing. If I'm selling luxurious cars, then the customer is obviously willing to pay premium pricing, and I can charge premium price for my particular product. Then it says bargaining power of suppliers. Now, what do you mean by bargaining powers of suppliers? Look for the words such as suppliers, for the words such as vendors, for such as manufacturers. These are all your suppliers, these are all your vendors, these are all your manufacturers. Factors to decide if the bargaining power of supplier is high or low. Size of the supplier. Is there any switching cost? For example, the supply can you switch from one supplier to the another? For example, there is only one steel supplier in my economy. I cannot switch. There is a huge switching cost. The only thing that I can do is I can buy goods from outside my economy, and I don't want to go for that stuff. So yes, there's a huge switching cost, and I would not want to apply in this regard. Are we willing to pay the premium pricing? Are you willing to pay the premium pricing? If yes, then you are going for a lower side of the bargaining power. And are you not willing to pay the premium pricing, then you are going for the higher side of the bargaining power. Then it says the threat of new entrant. What do you mean by threat of new entrant? Initially, switching would not provide the credit benefit from the new supplier. Yes, obviously. Switching cost is not just the cost that you are bearing from your pocket, but it will also include that if you are moving to a new supplier, he might not provide you that ample amount of supply which you require on credit terms. Look for barriers such as to entry, threat of new entries. If there any barriers included, for example, look for the barriers to entry, patent, government approvals, government licensing. Let's suppose if I want to start my business in steel sector, but I cannot because there is huge government approvals required. I need to buy patent rights. If I want to buy the name of one of the biggest steel manufacturers of my economy, I need to buy that patent right. There should be some government approvals. I need to have government licensing. Everything will be regarded in this given scenario. If barriers is high, then the threat is low. If the barriers are higher, then the threat obviously will be low, right? Do you get this? There is an inverse relationship between barriers. If there are numerous amount of barriers, then the threat of new entrant will be lower side. That is, there's an opposite relationship. Then we have threat of competitors. Look for the words such as competition, rivalries, number of competitors, market shares, and you also need to mention that if it is high or low. And then threat of substitute products. Look for word for alternatives. If there is any alternative available, if there is any alternative available, if there are alternatives available within my economy, then the threat of substitute is low or high. What do you think? If there are alternatives available, then the threat of substitute will be low or high? threat of substitute will be on the higher side. Yes, yes, it will be on the higher side because there are substitute available within the economy in which I am operating. Strategic positioning analysis include three factors. Strategic positioning analysis include three things in your answers. External factors will include, if I say, see, now I'm summing up everything. External factors will include Pestle model. If I talk about overall economic environment, keep this thing in your mind. You are reading the paper, you see the overall economic environment, you'll say that, okay, now this is the Pestle model that is being applied. You are reading the entire set of paper, you see the industrial analysis as an external analysis, and you are about to do the external analysis, you'll go for Porter 5 force model. I'm summing up things so that at the end of the day, this is the handout that you will relate to at the end of the at the end, and you will make maximum use out of it. Internal factors now, what internal factors do we need to control in order to make these internal factors viable for our own self? We have got human resources, we have got financial resources, we have got information technology related resources, brands, patents, all these are internal factors. The human resources that we have will uplift our company's expectation as well as company's profitability. If we have got huge amount of finance that is from these shareholders, this will also increase the profitability, technical resources, brand images, etc. Now, integrated reporting. So what do you mean by integrated reporting? Difference between financial statement and integrated reporting. Now, these are the 6 steps. If the question says, identify the differences between financial statement and integrated reporting, this is one of the bestest answers that I've drafted right now and will help you in getting the maximum possible advantageous situation in this regard. It says that, just a minute. Okay. It says that the financial statement focus on financial information. However, integrated system, integrated reporting, remember, there have been a historic question in SBL examination that relate to integrated thinking. Remember this thing in your mind. We will be solving that question and we will be going through the examiner report. One of the major reasons of passing your paper will be your examination report. Whatever paper you are solving with your teacher or you are solving alone by your own self, make sure that you read the examination report. If you are not reading the examination report, you are doing a blunder. You need to read the examination report so that you can get the maximum possible benefit out of it. Integrated report, I will also make sure that I showcase these reports in front of you so that it gives you a major edge. Okay, so the financial statement only focuses on the financial information. However, the integrated reporting is focusing on the overall business performances. The financial statement will only focus on the historic performance of the business. However, the integrated reporting will focus on future strategies. The financial statement will focus on share capital only. However, the integrated reporting will focus on 6 capitals. Now, what are the 6 capital? I'll talk within few minutes. The financial statement will have no emphasis on social and environmental factors. However, the integrated reporting have a majority of emphasis on the social and environmental aspects of the society, and strategies and decision making are always short term. Okay, we need to increase the profitability, we need to reduce the cost. These are the objective of the financial statement. However, the integrated reporting objective is to create a longer term value creation is the objective of the integrated reporting. Now, what is the role and definition of integrated reporting? Integrated reporting is a concise communication demonstrating the link between governance, that is mission and objective, strategies, financial performance. We are basically integrating the governance, the strategic objectives, the financial performance, social and environmental context, and shows how the organization creates values in short and long term. What are the contents of integrated reporting? Now, the biggest myth of every single student as well as teachers, I don't know why. They say integrated reporting is only six capital. No, integrated reporting is not only the six capitals. Rather, integrated reporting will combine integrated thinking is about six capital. Rather, integrated reporting is combining the organization's overview, number one, external environment, that is Pestle and Potter five force models, SWOT analysis. Remember, in SWOT analysis, we have got strength, we have got the strength, just a minute. We have got the strength and weakness as internal factors, and opportunities and threat as external factors. So these are the internal and external factors of SWOT analysis. Then we have got the future strategies of the firm. We have got the future strategies of the firm as well. And then we have the six capital in this regard. When we have got the six capital in this regard as well. So these are the content of integrated reporting. Majority of students sometimes they are committing a mistake that they are going through these factors and they are not they are just talking about the six capital. It is not only the six capital. Remember, integrated reporting merges all six capital with the other financial reporting areas. The six capital includes the financial capital. You have gone through this in your regular classes. I just need to give you a quick overview and just need to focus on the practice areas. Financial capital, overall financial performance and position of the company. The first thing is that you will be going through the overall financial performance and position of the company. Sources of funds for future strategies. For example, do we have the sources of fund will include, do we have the sources in terms of debt financing, or we can go for equity financing only. Manufactured capital, obviously non-current assets such as plant and machinery. Do we have those plant and machinery that are good to go for the production objectives? Current assets such as inventory, how much amount of current asset inventory do we have available? Now, one of the biggest mistakes that I saw when I went through the past papers of one of my student, and I would like to identify that mistake right now in front of you so that you guys don't do the same mistake in the current paper. Let me give you the example of what mistake was he doing in the paper. See, if the question says that you need to analyze the financial statement of the company, and the financial statement shows that the company's sales is increasing. However, the income statement is showing that the company sales is increasing. However, statement of financial position says that the closing stock of the company is also increasing. We have got huge amount of closing stock available within our company, and the company is not into a good situation. Can anyone explain why is this closing stock being regarded as on the higher side? Can anyone explain? Yes. Can anyone explain why is the closing stock being on the higher side? Now, the student that did mistake was over purchasing. Now, you can identify just by looking at these two things. You can identify just by looking at these two things. But what if I have provided you with an entire set of financial statement? I provided you with an entire set of financial statement that student did a mistake by saying that the closing stock is increasing. This means that the company's sales is deteriorating, or the company sales is declining. Now, there are two mistakes. First thing is, you do not use the word of deterioration for sales. And the second thing is that the financial statement of the company shows that the sale is increasing. However, the closing stock is also increasing. This means that you are going for over purchasing, or you might have done over purchasing for getting bulk quantity discounts. Whenever you see higher side of the closing stock, you say, okay, the sales is declining. That is why the closing stock is available in our godowns. No, this is not the only reason. Sales is increasing. However, the closing stock is also increasing. Don't use such words for closing stock. Yes, economies of scale. Now, that was a mistake that was done by one of my students. And this something basically triggered me out that, okay, the students might do this blunder when they are analyzing the financial situation. One more thing. There are two to three things that you need to keep in your mind. If you say that the profit has been wrongly declared, if you say that the profit has been wrongly declared, make sure that you are writing that the profit is overstated or it is understated. Don't write that the profit have been wrongly reported or something like that. You can write that the profit has been overstated or the profit is understated. Use professional words in this regard. Right? Do you get this? For example, they say inventory is over recorded. They say that the inventory is over recorded. You won't be saying that the inventory is over recorded. You may say that the inventory has been overstated or the inventory has been understated. The text has been overstated. No, the text is over calculated or under calculated. So you need to use such words for them as well. I guess it's azan time. Let's just hold on for 1 minute. Let's just hold on for 1 minute. Okay. So it says we have got the manufactured capital. Yes, but I'll give you namaz break. Just a minute, please. Just give me 10 minutes. Let me complete this and then we'll go for namaz break. Tangible assets, we have got intellectual capital as well. For example, research and innovation, brands, patent, technical and skilled staff that is available for our within the economic system in which we are operating. Then we have got the human capital, employee matters, knowledge, skills, experience. I told you that you can write the word kiss, that is knowledge, skills. No, but this is for human capital only, including the directors of the company. Yes, Asad. Productivity and efficiency. Your productivity should be appropriate. You should hire efficient and economic human capital. Staff turnover, you should make sure that the staff that you are hiring is not only trained with the perspective of keeping them within 1 or 2 years, but to keep them for everlasting positions. For example, 10 years, there should be some staff loyalties. You are training them out, you are giving them the opportunity. Sir, if the examiner asks integrated reporting, so we need to apply all the concepts of integrated reporting or six capital. Majorly, you will be applying the six capital, but in your answer, in your introductory part, there should be some depiction of all the contents of six capital. But however, your major answer will only be including the six capitals. However, in introductory point, you can still write down that okay, the integrated reporting include all these factors. Then we have got the social capital, that is the relationship and trust that is built between the shareholders of the company, that is the stakeholders, customers, suppliers, community, and government as a whole. We have got natural capital, environmental footprint, carbon footprints, that is CO2 emission, recycling, disposal of wastage, pollution and spillage, use of scarce resources. You will be using scarce resources, but with utmost advantageous situation, so that these scarce resources are not deteriorating, or these scarce resources are not keeping you in the stagnant position. Now the question says, what are the advantages of integrated reporting? Obviously, integrated reporting will have certain advantages and will have certain disadvantages as well. And as integrated reporting is voluntary disclosure, this is not a mandatory disclosure. It is just a voluntary disclosure. It enhances, what was the impact of integrated reporting? It enhances the organization image and reputation for transparency of the organization. Yes, CSR will come in the social capital. Yes, CSR will be included in social capital. Effective communication with all the stakeholders of the company. You will be communicating effectively to all the stakeholders. You will not be keeping, you will not be highlighting, you will not be hiding any important information from the stakeholders as a whole. Integrate social and environmental aspects in the strategies and decision making. Focus on the six capitals of the organization, obviously human capital, the financial capital, intellectual capital, manufactured capital, social capital. You'll be focusing on all the six capital. Demonstrate how organization creates value. It is not just the financial value, but the value in terms of goodwill of an organization as well. Better understanding and decision making by shareholders, stakeholders, and potential investors of the company. Attracts investment at a lower cost of capital due to availability of greater set of information, and give competitive edge over other companies. But yes, obviously there are certain disadvantages of integrated reporting as well. Too much commercial information is being disclosed by the company, and this the competitors might take negative or undue advantage of this as well. Valuation of six capital is subjective. How do we value human capital? Oh, I've got a good human resources, but how do we value that? I can value manufactured capital, but how do we value the number of players that the society is giving to us when we are contributing towards them? It is very difficult decision. So we cannot value these things appropriately in financial terms. So charitable organization is important or not for paper? Yes, charitable organization is an important aspect, although the previous examination have already tested charitable organization, but still. Okay, so examination question number 2 is about Pestle analysis, and it's the smartwear clothing company. That is question number 1A. Then we have another examination question number 3, Porter 5 force model. And we have the question of DCS company, question number 1I. Then we have another examination question of question number 4, that is of integrated reporting and 6 capital, and that is specimen question of DCS part 1A2. In today's class, I will be solving the DCS company in front of you. And then we have got the examination question number 5 about integrated reporting and 6 capital, which is the highlight hotel company, question number 2B. So is it mandatory for charitable? No, it is not mandatory for charitable organizations as well. It is just a voluntary disclosure. First of all, charitable organizations do not make their accounts publicly available. However, if in some scenario they are making their accounts publicly available, they are also doing the financial reporting rather than going for the integrated reporting. Now, professional skills. Now, this is the important part, and then we'll be going for namaz break. This is the most important part. Analysis skills: thoroughly review given information and investigate reason for current status. Now, remember, there are two things: a review of information and investigation of reasons. You are reviewing information, you are investigating reasons. Explain and comment in detail upon a particular set of information, data in question. Appropriateness, this is something important, of any assumption used. This is analysis skills. Again, evaluation: assess proposal or argument in a balanced way, giving both pros and cons so that it could be used for decision making. Demonstrate professional judgments. Mention both pros and cons when you are evaluating a question. Communication skill: express clearly and convincingly, keeping in mind the target audience. For example, if you are talking to the calculating ratios for financial statement would come under the evaluation skill if you are commenting on those ratios. Yes. If you are just giving the answer that profitability ratio shows a decline of 20%, this is just analysis. However, if you are giving comments on those ratios that this ratio is increasing, will give a better objective to the company and a worsening objective to the suppliers of the company, this means that you are going for evaluation skills. Communication skills means, for example, when I'm talking to the CFO of the company, I need to I need to talk to him in terms of financials, in terms of figures. But when I'm talking to the CEO of the company or the chairman of the company, then then I need to communicate in the form of some flattery objectives, and as well as giving him logical reasonings, not the financial reasonings, but logical reasonings of any decision that is being taken. So you need to see what cap you are wearing right now. Yes, appropriate language, and you need to wear the cap, whom you are and whom you are communicating. For example, you are writing to the chairman, non-executive directors, finance directors, like CEO is fraudulent should not be used. Yes, yes. CEO is fraudulent should not be used. Rather, you can use the word that there are some dubious situation in the form of CEO. HR director, shareholders, and general public. Use appropriate format for report, briefing notes, presentation slides, letters, press release whenever it is required. Then we have the commercial acumen skills, understanding of overall business and external factors, to be able to give commercially some sound comments and recommendation. Use words like opportunities, use words like threats, customers, competitors, market shares, risk, etc. So these are the words that you are using. Now this mark, and then we have the skepticism skill, ask questions or challenging someone's viewpoints or opinion with facts and figures in order to present the complete issue or the picture. Skepticism means you need to use questioning mind. You will be going for questioning mind. Hint, adopt a questioning approach in your answer. Why is it so? Your question, your answer will include, why is the company's situation deteriorating? Why is the CEO not giving a statement in front of the press? When the company, when there was a protest outside the company, and two of the protesters got hit by a car, you must be aware of this question. Two of the protesters got hit by a car. Why the hell of the CEO of the company is not giving a press release? Why aren't we giving our opinion from the company's perspective? So it says, adopt a questioning tone in your answer. Use word like I disagree, it's incorrect, or it is not clear and should be further investigated. my recommendation is to use words like it is not clear, I disagree, should be further investigated. You can also use incorrect the financial if the financial statement that is being calculated is wrong, or the ratios that has been calculated are wrong. In 100% factual areas, you can use the word that is not correct. The calculation is not correct at all. But you will use the words like I disagree, it is not clear, and should be further investigated in this regard. Are we all clear on this? So that we can start with our first question. I will share this handout. I'll share this handout. Okay, can anyone tell me, are we all clear on this so that we can go for a namaz break? We can go for prayer break and then we can start our question on the stated CBE platform. I would request you. Okay, so I guess we all are clear. Let's keep a namaz break right now. Prayer break for 15. Yes, Sarang, you can ask question, please. Any questions? You can open your mic and ask questions. Sir, if the examiner is asking you to make, beta 2 घंटे की दे दो. If the examiner is asking you to make presentation slide and give supporting note to it, then shall we use slide tab for the CB platform? Yes, yes, we will be using slide tab. Obviously, slide tab for CB platform, and below the slide tab there will be the notes tab given as well. So no issues. Okay, so we are going for a break for 15 minutes. Quickly go and Okay, so are we back? Yes, please. Are we back now? Please let me know. Are we all back? Great. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now we are reading a question. Now, there are two things that we need to go through right now. Now, I have extracted the relevant part so that we do not waste much time, and I will be reading that part. Uh, which part are we going to do right now? Let me just quickly go through this. So that we can relate to it. Okay, so we are going through the practice question, and the practice question is of, let me show you. The practice question is over here. It says question number 1. Smart. We are going for the DCS question. That is, we are going for question number 4. Sorry, the DCS question number 1A, point number 1, part number 1, and we are going for DCS question number 1A, part number 2. That is the integrated reporting question. We will be solving on the stated platform, and the platform, this platform, we'll be using this platform. I hope so. You all know how to open this platform. Sorry. And you all know what this platform is all about. Now, there are 2 to 3 things that I would want you all to keep in your mind before going for this question. You should have a highlighter. You should have a highlighter, and you will be using that highlighter. This is the specimen question. Now, I have taken out the relevant extract. I've not taken the full question. I've taken out the relevant extract so that it will be easier for all of us to solve this question. Are we all on the same page? Yes, please. Are we all on the same page? Are we all know where am I doing? What am I doing right now? Are we all on the same page right now? Please let me know. Great. Okay. So yes. Now the thing is that I will be reading this question. I will be reading this question. And in this question, I have just taken out the relevant extract. I'm not going for the entire set of questions. I've just taken out the relevant extract so that we can save time. And I will let you know how to write the answer to this question, right? So over here it says you are Hui Louis, a management consultant. Now, how will I be reading this question? See, this question, this is the first question that I'm reading in front of you in the first day of the workshop. It says you are Hui Louis. What I'll do, I'll select a highlighter. You will be given the highlighter in your examination as well. You are Hui Louis, that is a management consultant, leading a small team which has been commissioned to prepare consultancy report for data communication system, that is the DCS company. Directors to help them to plan for the next 3 years. DCS company has two product areas. So DCS company is producing two different products. The largest area is the manufacture of data communication component, which mainly sells to original equipment manufacturers. So we have got two different components. That is, there are two different areas. The other smaller and less developed areas based on the supply and support of contract for specialist IT management network system, mainly to domestic medium-sized enterprise. You are qualified accountant and your colleagues are DL, a company researcher, FL, who is part qualified finance professional. You and your team have collected and analyzed the following information about DCS company to help you to prepare the consultancy report. Now he's saying that there are different types of exhibits that are being provided to you, and you need to go through these exhibits so that you can have a better. And I'm not reading out these exhibits. I'm just quickly going towards the case requirement. Now, the first case requirement is the case requirement are included in the task. Question number 1A. We are solving this question first, right? We are solving this question first. You do not have to identify the relevant extract. You will be reading the entire set of paper. I am doing this just for the sake so that I can save some time. You should not identify the relevant extracts and read only those extracts for the question. You will read the entire set of paper. I can do this because I have seen this paper. You guys must not have seen the real exam paper, so you do not have to take out the relevant extract. Once you have read the entire paper, then you can easily pick and choose that these are the relevant extract from which I will be writing my answers from. DCS company to include the following: an analysis. Now you are writing an analysis of the industry and market in which DCS is competing using an appropriate model. Now this means that when I am solving the DCS company question, I am about to identify four different things when I'm solving question number 1A part 1. When I'm solving question number 1A part 1, I will identify these four different things. Now, the first thing that I need to identify who you are. So can someone tell me whom am I? Basically, who am I? In this given scenario, who am I? You are Hui Louis, management consultant leading a small team. So you are Hui Louis, that is the management. No, you are a management consultant and you have been commissioned to prepare a report. You are not a professional accountant, rather, you are the management consultant. So I'm writing over here, I am the management consultant. This is something great. Okay, so if I'm the management consultant, it says that you being the management consultant, now you have a certain task to be performed. From the information you have collected, draft a section of the consultancy report. You are not required to draft the entire set of report. You will just be drafting the section of consultancy report for the directors of DCS company. Whom are you reporting to? You are reporting to the directors of DCS company. What are you drafting? You are drafting consultancy report section. And what skills are required from you all? An analysis of industry and market in which DCS is competing using an appropriate model. And evaluation, part 2 says an evaluation of the overall performance of DCS company between 2012 and 2015 from an integrated reporting perspective. So you are being given two different questions to be answered. The first question is requiring you to make an analysis skills. The second question would want you to give an evaluation skill on the DCS company, that is the performance of DCS company when we talk about the DCS companies between 2012 and 2015 in regard with the reporting perspective. Professional marks are available for demonstrating evaluation skills relating to DCS company. That is, you are being given with 4 marks of evaluation skills. We'll look into this. Let's just quickly go through the scenario. Exhibit number 1, background. Exhibit number 1 says background report to the DCS company. So, what does this mean? It says, now you can see me reading. How am I reading and how am I referencing things out? Background of the report to the DCS company to Hui Louis from Danny Lemon of subject organizational overview, external environment, and DCS business model dated. Overall organization's overview. Data communication system is publicly listed company on the small companies capitalization index of a national stock exchange, used to be privately owned and high technology company, established in 1977 by computer engineer Java Paraya. Due to rapid expansion over the following years, DCS needed to source additional capital to fund its future growth and was floated on the National Stock Exchange in 2006. This allowed Java JP to realize his majority shareholding in private company. 30% of the flotation was purchased by institutional investor, and DCS also borrowed long-term fund. Okay, this is something which is alarming. 30% is being purchased by the institutional investors, and DCS have also gone for long-term fund to leverage the newly issued share capital. Before flotation, the company was almost exclusively financed from the founders' share capital, retained earnings, and short-term finances. External environment. DCS has its headquarters in Predane, a prosperous developed nation with a stable and well-established political system, and which has highly developed labor laws, including a national minimum wage and a newly introduced obligatory contribution pension scheme. The government, like many governments worldwide, has invested heavily in national telecommunication infrastructures, which has led to a significant growth in social media, and where virtually 75% of the population are connected to the internet through a range of devices, including mobile technology. The government is also proposing a new carbon tax, which will affect companies which manufacture and provide IT network services such as data communication component and systems. The electronic and IT industry has recently been identified as a sector with an increasing carbon footprint caused by their applications. Now, you can see that there are certain factors of integrated reporting being highlighted, right? You can easily identify them. The electronics and IT industry have recently identified as a sector which is increasing carbon footprint caused by their applications, such as component cooling devices, complex telecommunication network component, and cloud computing technology. Although DCS company can approximately estimate its total carbon footprint from the manufacture and supply of component from its factory, it has not developed any formal system and processes to manage its carbon footprint throughout the value chain. Business model. DCS has two distinct product services areas: data communication component manufacture and the supply and maintenance of the network management system, including technical support. The DCS employees are a mixture of technically qualified engineers working in research and development factories, working in research and development, factory staff manufacturing and assembling product, and an IT sales and service support team. Since the flotation of the company, 60% of production employees in the data communication component factory joined a major trade union. This means that human capital now need more security. In 2012, the company suffered an economic downturn, which led many companies to postpone technological investment, and by then DCS employed 150 full-time employees. The main revenue source of DCS is high volume, low cost data communication. So the main revenue source of DCS company is the high volume, low cost data communication component manufacture part of the business, and it has 1% of the total market share. Not 1% of the total revenue of DCS company, rather 1% of the total market share, which accounts for approximately 65% of the total DCS company's turnover. DCS mainly sells and supplies large volume of data communication component to original equipment manufacturer, 30% of which are based outside Britain on a on a continent which has a single currency which is devaluing against Brazilian dollars. So they are selling 30% to that particular country where there is a devaluation concern going on. Success in data communication component sector comes from economies of scale achieved by producing high volume of reliable components and keeping the prices low. TCS company has achieved this despite producing component in a country where there is significant employment legislation minimum wages, setting minimum wage rate and condition, setting minimum wage rate and condition. The second product area is much smaller and is based on the supply and support contract for specialist IT management network management systems, mainly to domestic medium-sized enterprise, which currently yields a relatively higher gross profit margin than the data communication component products. A key aspect of the second product area is the installation and support of big data analytics capability along with cloud computing storage, which can be used to replace existing costly IT architectures, such as unsophisticated data warehouses, to allow a business client to collect and analyze more targeted and timely data about their own customers and purchasing patterns. Much of this can be obtained from data held within the social and business networking software. Exhibit number 3 says extract of the integrated reporting 2015 to 2012 and to 2015 from the finance director TM. Financial periods, sales revenue is increasing in 2014, but it went down in 13 and was sorry, from 2012 to 2015. In 2014, the sales revenue was maximum. However, the sales revenue declined in 2015. Cost of sales increased, gross profit declined, overhead expenses are also declining as comparison to 2014. Profit before tax declined a lot. Finance cost has increased, tremendously increased. Finance cost has tremendously been on the upper side. Tax expenses have reduced. Obviously, the profit is reducing, so the tax expenses ought to be reduced. And obviously, the profit for the year is on the lowering side. Other data, that is number of employees, we have decreased the number of employees, staff turnover has increased, number of late deliveries have increased, forward contracts order booked, 2,500 forward contracts that the orders are being booked, customer complaints, then we have employee satisfaction survey, investment in non-current manufacturing system, research and development has been on a very lower side, only 3% in the current year, and carbon emission has been on the higher side. The October board report for DCS company. This is important. The board of directors of DCS company, strategic overview, DCS company, Jules Debris, the marketing director, and dated 12th of October 2015. Let's just quickly go through this and then we can go start writing our answers. Introduction. This report is based on the information obtained from all the executive directors of DCS company under several main headings. The report highlights risk, opportunities, and future outlook for DCS. It also focuses on strategies and resource allocation, highlighting a key strategic decision which the board will need to make in the near future. Risk and opportunities. What are the specific risks and opportunities that will affect the DCS ability to create value over the short term, medium term, and long term, and how is the organization dealing with them? By 2014, the international market for data communication components started to saturate and decline. For the supply and support of contract for specialist IT network management system, we are now finding it increasingly difficult and costly to maintain the required level of network support. It can get harder to recruit high caliber staff to DCS company. The headquarters of DCS, although a modern site, is in a geographical location which is unattractive for key personnel to locate to. Our specialists in the system support side of the business are currently overstretched because many key staff have been headhunted or taken early requirement. Headhunted means that they have joined another company. Lenders have until recently been quite willing to lend DCS additional long-term fund at competitive interest rate, but are now tightening their credit lines to the companies and placing convenience. Convenience means that you need to have some securities being given to the bank on us to keep financial gearing within acceptable limits. There they are also increasing their interest rate to compensate for the additional financial risk. It is unlikely that any future growth or investment can be financed from further debt, and we would need to use our considerable cash reserves or utilize internally generated fund. Currently, DCS has a geared cost of equity capital of 12%. Further look says what challenges and uncertainty is DCS likely to encounter in pursuing its strategy, and what are the potential implications for its business model and future performances? DCS currently manufactures approximately 50% of the data communication components used in its own product. The rest of the complete components, including semiconductors, microprocessors, are bought in from two multinational global suppliers. These suppliers have since 2006 become the key players in the market through a succession of acquisition and merger. Where previously they were many more suppliers, all with a much smaller market share, recently serious production problems have resulted from periodic component shortages from these key suppliers, creating significant delays in manufacturing, assembling, and customer deliveries. One of the recently acquired OEM customer accounts for 40% of our sales in this area. Marketing forecasts for 2016 and beyond indicate stronger growth from the supply and sales support for specialized IT management services to currently installed network in the domestic financial sector rather than from the manufacture of component of OEM or for the installation of the new network to large companies. The other potential growth areas is in providing cloud computing, big data analytics capabilities to the small medium enterprise sector, including DCS, there are currently only 3 companies which provide these specialist services in today. Now, I have only found out a relevant extract in which I can solve the part 1 and part 2 of DCS company. Now, what my recommendation is that you will select a blank working space on the ACCA practice platform as I am showing you in front of you. And in that blank working space, you will select the word processor, and on this word processor, you will write your answer for this given question. Now, what will be our theme for this? It is currently 9:44 p.m. as per my economy's time period, right? I am giving you it's 15 marks question for part A. You just need to solve part A, and then I will be solving part A and part B together. I'm giving you 20 minutes. Can you show us how to highlight the question in portal? Yes, but for that I'll have to select the question in portal. So uh, for that we'll have to wait till we get a question in portal, because I've selected this question in PDF format, so I cannot bring this question onto the portal. But yes, I will show you that. No issues. Okay, so now what you need to do, you need to open your portal, strictly mark yourself. This means 15 minutes multiplied by 1.8, 15 marks multiplied by 1.8 minutes. This means that around 15 marks multiplied by 1.8 minutes will give me around 27 minutes. I am giving you straight away. I'm sending you this question. I'm sending you this question. Any person, any student who do not have this question, WhatsApp me. I'll send you this question. Any single student who is not solving this past paper and just being reliant on my answer, trust me, you are doing a blunder. I am giving you total 27 to 28 minutes. After 28 minutes, I will start writing my answer of this question, and then we will discuss about that answer. Are we all crystal clear on to this? It is 9:46. I will resume my class. You start writing the answer. Does section of consultancy report have particular format? Yes, section of consultancy report will not be having a particular format. Obviously, you will be making the format of report, and you will only be writing the heading as section of consultancy report extract. You will be making the format of report format, right? So I'm giving you 27 to 28 minutes. Uh, and now I will stop talking and I'll stop my lecture. You can be online and you start doing your format. Yes, Aslan. I will share this question. I will share this question. Don't worry. I'm sharing this question. Now, which model is applied? Now it's up to you. I will not give the answer of which model are we going to apply in this question. You decide which model are we going to apply, and then I'll be writing the entire set of answer. I'm not showing you the answer. I'm writing the entire set of answer in front of you and will let you know how to write the answer to this question. It will take me 27 to 30 minutes to write the answer of the first part, and then obviously 15-20 minutes to write the answer of the next part. I'm not telling you what model are we applying. You have studied everything. You just need to go onto the platform and start writing. So now your time starts now. Okay, so up till now, you guys must have done the areas of concern. I guess someone's camera is still open. I would request you to please close off your cameras. Ikra, I guess your camera is open. Please, can you please switch it off? Okay, so thank you. Let's move forward. Now, over here, we were given a question to solve, and now I'm solving this question in front of you so that you can have a clear objective of what this question has to tell us all about. Just give me a minute, please. I'm solving. Have you all solved this? Please let me know if you have all solved this question or not. Yes, please. Have you all solved the question? May I start with my solution? Okay, you can complete it afterwards because we are running short of time. So I guess now I should solve this and then you can complete it afterwards. Okay, so I am using this word processor. I'm using this word processor to solve the question. The requirement of the question says we need 10 more minutes. Why do we need 10 more minutes? I've given you ample amount of time to solve this question. You should have solved this within the 27 minutes that were given to you. See, time constraint is very important. If you are not able to complete your question on time, this means that there is some lacking in between. Let's just quickly go through the requirement of the question. The requirement of the question says that from the information you have collected, draft the section of the report of the consultancy report for the directors of DCS company to include the following. Now, I will be drafting only one report in which I'll go for both of these sections. An analysis of the industry and market in which DCS company is competing in using an appropriate model. So first thing that I would like to ask you all, which model have you all applied? Yes, which model have you all applied? Please let me know. Okay, so some are saying that they have applied the model of Potter 5 force model. Are you sure that we will be applying the Potter 5 force model? Yes, we will be applying Potter 5 force model. But how do we apply this model? Let me just quickly start writing the answer so that you can have a better insight. Okay, should I make the format as well? I guess you know the format. The question mentioned industry and market. That is why Potter 5 force. Perfect, perfect answer. Yes, you will be applying the Potter 5 force model. So I'm starting with, I'm not making the format. You guys are very well aware of the format. I'm starting with the answer directly. I can just give you an overview of the format. What are the format areas? We'll be going for two, right? We'll be writing with the format. I have already shared the handout for the format. What I'm trying to do is I just want to save a maximum amount of time. So I'm trying to write the answer to the question rather than just getting along with the formats and other things, right? So let's just quickly go through the answers. And the first thing, okay, now as we are applying the Potter 5 force model, so I will be introducing my question in this way. So it says that the overall industrial analysis by application of relevant model, right? Now, the biggest disadvantage of this uh, platform is that this is a quite slow platform that we have right now, but I'm trying to do as much possible as we can. You will just be following the format of the report. You will just be following the format of the report, right? Okay, so the first part says I'm highlighting this thing, bargaining power of buyers. Now this you will have a clear objective of how am I writing the answer. So it will go like this, that DCS is competing in two different components. Okay, so the thing is that me, rather than writing the full answer, I am just uh, no, I don't need to give any introduction paragraph. I don't need to give any introduction paragraph. Introduction paragraph is not required. I'm just writing some of the pointers. You can mention the model name, but you need to be 100% sure that the model that you are using is perfectly fine in the given scenario. So if you are 100% sure, it will give you a competitive edge. Yes, you can use the model name as well. Okay, so I'm not completely writing the answer. What I'm doing is I'm writing some of the pointers so that you can have an insight. Okay, now this is the area that I need to focus upon because I do not have much time. Yes, I can share my answer on the group and you will have a better insight. But there is no point of writing this answer in front of you and wasting around 15-20 minutes and writing up this answer. But I can write out the pointers that I'll write in front of you so that you can have an insight of how you will be coping up with these answers in two different components. That is the data communicators, that is the data communication component, data communication component and the service, right? And the services. Second point would that you can talk upon when I talk about the buyers, bargaining powers of the buyers is TCS main business is the communication components, but this only accounts for 1% of the market share. This only accounts for 1% of the market share. Obviously, this isn't something. So, do we need to explain the bargaining power of buyer before? No, 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 no. No, you don't need to give any explanation of bargaining power of buyers. Just start writing with the scenario, right? One more thing, I'm writing this answer in the pointer format. You need to write them in paragraph, right? the bargaining power of component suppliers seems to be on higher side, specifically for OEM who accounts for specifically for OEM who accounts for I'm opening your mic.
सर मैं ये कह रहा था आपको
बोलो बेटा।
सर मैं ये कह रहा था आपको कि आपने कहा था ना कि पॉइंटर फॉर्म में नहीं लिखना है, पैराग्राफिक में लिखना है, तो मैं समझ नहीं आया मुझे क्या हो रही है।
नहीं, what I'm saying is that I am writing this answer in pointer forms because there is no need of me writing this answer into full-fledged answer because of the fact that it will waste some time of ours. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to write the main points, and you can just relocate or redraft this point into paragraphic. You can easily redraft them into paragraphic form. I will
Okay.
share my paragraph answer as well. I'll share my paragraph answer on the group. Yes, sir.
Okay.
सर ये थर्ड उस पर लिखा है द बार्गेनिंग पावर ऑफ कंपोनेंट सप्लायर सीम्स टू बी ऑन हायर, या कंपोनेंट बायर नहीं होगा सर?
Sorry, component buyer. Yes. Okay, so the bargaining power seems to be higher.
Sir?
Yes,
Sir,
our
इसमें
class
हमें ये
will
लिखना
end
होगा?
in a half an hour.
सर
Yes.
सर हम इसमें ये कह सकते हैं कि इसको डाइवर्सिफाई करना चाहिए, क्योंकि सर ये एक ही बायर है इसके पास जो
Yes. Yes.
मतलब ज्यादातर जिसको हम सप्लाई कर रहा है, तो हम अपने
Yes.
प्रॉफिट मतलब सेल्स को बढ़ाने के लिए हम इसकी डाइवर्सिफिकेशन भी तो कर सकते हैं। ये इस तरह से
So
लिख सकते हैं इसमें?
one thing. Yes, you can write this. Yes, you can write this. But make sure when you are asking a question, make sure that you are using a language that is understandable for all. So let me just write this, and then at the end of the day, at the end of this class, we will have some question answer session, and where we can ask question in that session, right? So let me just first complete this, and then we'll move towards the question answer session. Okay, so it says that accounts for the major supply, right? And if I talk about the other part of the question, that is other business services are being supplied to generally the domestic consumers, generally the domestic consumers, right? Now for the domestic consumers, it says, I'm just reading the question. SMEs and other buyers. Whenever I'm applying the Potter 5 force model, remember you need to apply this model by stating if the power is on the higher side or on the lower side. According to the given scenario, according to the given scenario, we can relate that the bargaining power in this business stream is lower for buyers, right? So I have written the bargaining power of buyers. Now you can obviously now see the question is of 15 marks. This means that if there are 5 parts of this question, each part is of 3 marks, I guess. Let's suppose if we say there are 5 parts, because Potter 5 force model, it relates to 5 different parts. So each part is of 3 marks. So you need to give at least 2 to 3 valid point and you need to explain them. Now you will be dividing this entire bargaining power of buyers into 2 different paragraph. First paragraph for the data manufacturer component and the second paragraph for the other business stream that is operating, right? After bargaining power of buyers, we have the bargaining power of suppliers. Now, this exercise is very important. You will be getting an insight of how you are solving this particular question. Bargaining power of suppliers. Now, what does it say in regard with supplier? DCS is manufacturing 50% of its components. DCS is less reliant on external manufacturers when it comes to data manufacturing components. Further, it says, let me read this out as well. It seems that DCS will not be able to, it seems that DCS will not be able to exert much influence on suppliers who supply 50% of components. It seems that the DCS company will not be able to exert much of the supplies of DCS companies 50% component. Further, what I can relate to the supplier uh, there are only few there are only few suppliers of these components. So this is what I have told about um, the supplier of financial capital, that is the lenders and loan providers, will have higher bargaining power as the financial condition of TCS is not stable, right? So I've talked about the supplier of loan provider as well. If labor is also seen as a supplier of human resource, then TCS does not seems to have a stronger side in this regard as well, because 60% have joined trade unions. ठीक है? So in this, I have expressively explained. In this, I have expressively explained what a DCS company has to tell us all about, right? You can see over here that I've explained what DCS company has to tell us all about. So it says, now the next part goes in this way. Now the next part is, we have done this part. Good. It seems that I'm writing a very good answer, right? How much marks will you be providing me on this answer? It seems that I know everything. Okay, so now just wait. I'm not entertaining any answers right now. Threat to new entrants. Threat to new entrants says TCS is operating in an highly sophisticated in a highly sophisticated and knowledgeable, along with high finance requirement company. Thus, threat to new entrants in such a company is very high. Threat to new entrant in such a company is very high. Just wait, I will answer all your questions. Let me first write. I'll answer all your questions. Further, DCS supplying after sales services will also make it difficult for other companies to enter into this industry, right? So, threat of new entrant, we can explain it more in more details. Then I have the threat of substitute. Now, what should we write in the threat of substitute? This is self-evident that disruptive technologies and artificial intelligence will revolutionize the entire thinking in this industry. TCS will have a fair chance of being replaced if heavy investment is done in the upcoming tech based industry, right? So if I talk about the threat of substitute, however, if DCS also invest in such technologies, he will be able to cope up with upcoming challenges. So I've written the threat of substitute products as well. Now the last part is rivalry among the competitors. Now rivalry among competitors says Is there any rivalry among the competitors? TCS only count for 1% market share. TCS is highly dependent is highly dependent on one of its customers. Rivalry among competitors is on higher side, but due to excessive use of these components, DCS can still struggle out to get the maximum out of market. So this is the way in which you will be structuring your answer. I've just revealed some of the pointers. Remember, this is not the entire set of answers for this is not the entire set of answers for the for this particular thing. However, this is an answer which will go through the which will help you in facilitating the incomplete set of answers. Say now, I have written the entire answer. Now I am about to entertain your question. I'm allowing you to open your mic and one by one you can ask me questions that arise in your mind. Yes, please. You can. Yes, Asnan.
सर जो आपने दूसरा लिखा इन पावर ऑफ इन सप्लायर जो बाकी पावर ऑफ सप्लायर लिखी सर
So one
Sir,
thing, make sure, can you please rephrase your question in English? That will be beneficial for all.
सर बेसिकली इन सर जो आपने सर ये जो बार्गेनिंग पावर ऑफ सप्लाई वाला था इन दैट पॉइंट यू आर drafting that bargaining power of supplier is very low because 50% of we are only depending on 50% of its component. But sir, they are two main supplier of lower market. Don't you think that bargaining power of supplier is high instead of low?
See, bargaining power of supply seems to be low. Why have I written bargaining power of supply seems to be low? Because 50% of the components are being manufactured internally. Now, if the supplier seems to if the supplier seems to unuse us, we can threaten him in this regard that, okay, now we are producing 50% of our supply and we can increase the production of our supply at our home in-house premises as well. So this is the way in which you will reduce the bargaining power of supplier. This is the way. Basically, my point of writing this is that you can let your suppliers know that we can produce 50% of the components, and if you are taking an undue advantage of our supplying of the products, we can basically assure you that we can even produce more than 50% of the components. That is the reason that I said that the bargaining power of supplier is on the lower side.
And sir, second question is that in the next part you are you wrote that in a high investment is required in this industry, and then and then you also wrote that the chances of trade in a new entrant is very low. Sir, if is very high, so sir, how is it possible, sir? If in a industry require high finance, then how is possible that?
No, this will be low. Sorry.
Oh, sir. Okay.
This
Okay, so the other questions are, there are other questions as well. Let me answer them. Um, why didn't you explain and elaborate the reason behind the bargaining power of service? You will obviously be explaining the reason. I just said that I'm writing some of the pointers. Yes, yes, you will be explaining the reasons as well. Are suppliers having the bargaining power of high or low? There are different types of suppliers. The suppliers of laborers will have a bargaining power that which is different. The suppliers of components will have a bargaining power which will be different. So there are different types of suppliers. The suppliers of finances will have a higher bargaining power. Also, government has imposed tax on the carbon emission on this industry. Can I? Yes, yes, you will definitely be using this point as threat of new entrants. Yes. Sir, in point number one, data communication component, customers bargaining power seems to be high because no uniqueness are the same type of components for all and for the services. Customers bargaining power seems to be low because yes, 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 perfectly fine, Yusuf. Sir, in point number two, the threat of new entrant, won't the threat of new, yes, yes, it will be low. Sir, but sir, is it not easy to suddenly manufacture? Yes, obviously it's not easy, but you can always use this statement for in order to reduce the bargaining powers of suppliers. If I am supporting this point, even you can go against this point. See, SBL examination has always being of the viewpoint that there can be two right answers. If you can justify your answer, if you say, okay, there are only two suppliers of the product and they are supplying 50% of the components to DCS company, very well and good. Now these two suppliers can take an undue advantage, and if you can support, if you can write in the support of these two suppliers that okay, they should have a higher bargaining power, that is perfectly fine. But according to me, what my knowledge or what my thinking was that due to the fact that I am manufacturing 50% of the component, I can threaten the supplier that okay, if you are using an undue, if you are taking an undue advantage of me supplying, me taking 50% of your of my components from you, then I can even increase the in-house production of these components.
Yes, sir, I want to ask a question.
Yes, yes, Vajay.
Sir, as we know that in this scenario, company is financially not stable. So how is
Yes,
it possible to invest in the new technologies?
that is
It
the
would be
reason.
viable. It would be
That is
viable
the
for the
reason.
company.
Yes, that is the reason I said that financial stability of the company is not in good hands, or the financial stability of the company is not being portrayed in the right manner. But however, the company still have some loan and debt options that are being available, and that was prominent from the scenario that is given to us. Now, will it be viable or not? The
Sir?
thing is that just a minute. The thing is that as you know that the overall industry is changing and there are disruptive technologies and artificial intelligence taking over the company's core mission and objective. Now if we do not invest, or if we do not take the risk of investing into such technologies, we will somewhere or the other be eliminating our major business cores and major business crux. So the only way in which the company can revive back is by using the financial constraints as their investment and research and development area, within their investment and research and development areas, and ultimately they will be getting the better insight or better objectives will be achieved by investment within the stated scopes of authority. Yes.
As we see that
Okay.
in the financial statement, that the finance losses
Sorry,
will
i'm
be
not
high.
i'm not able to hear you. Can you please speak louder?
Sir, sir,
Sorry, I cannot hear you. Okay,
sir,
so there are other questions as well. Let me just go through these questions.
sir, you are
Sir,
audible.
I did not specifically get what is meant by competitive rivalry. Competitive rivalry means that the other in the other institutes or the other firms are also operating within this manufacturing system or within this industry. So what is the competitive rivalry? Are they in a fighting position, or do they get their own share of do they get their own share of profitability within the industry in which they are operating? So, but sir, company is not financially stable. How to manufacture internally? Because obviously they have that loan availability, and the company's scenario is stating that the financials provider or the loan provider are not cutting down their loans. They are not reducing their loans. Rather, they are giving them an opportunity that if you want, you can take this loan amount. Huh. One thing that they have said is that they will be using the loan covenants, or they will be tightening the interest bearing situation. Won't the threat of new entrant be low given in the high investment, skill labor required? Threat of new entrants will be higher. Why? Because you need higher investment. Sorry, threat of new entrants will be low. Yes, I wrote low, I guess. Have I written high? No, no, I've written low. Threat of new entrant is low because yes, threat of new entrant is low. Perfectly fine. Sir, in question line number 1, examiner says that you are management consultant. And in line number 3 of the same paragraph, the question says that you are a qualified accountant. Basically, you are the management consultant. You are the management. You are writing as a whole team. Yes, there is a contradicting thing that the questions arise. That is the reason that I was not answering this question. But yes, there is some contradiction. But you will be using management consultant because the question has the answer, the suggested answer has also used the word of management consultant. Is there any other question that you guys would want to ask? Yes, Afri Faiz, Anusha, Ikra, any other question that you would want to ask? I can see some of the few names. Any question that you would want to ask? You can also give us the review of this today's workshop. Basically, this is the end of today's day. Okay, so now what I want from you all is, although you do not have much time to go through this, but my recommendation or my viewpoint will be that please go through or please solve at least. Okay, I will share this answer. No issues. I will share this answer. You have to WhatsApp me. Mm, just go through. We have solved DCS company. We have solved DCS company. I would request you to go through the smartware company question. I'm making a video of general mistakes that the students are doing, and I will upload that video as well. Now, guys, you need to solve this question, smartwear clothing question. It's a request that if you solve them, yes, we have a WhatsApp group as well. If it's a request that if you solve them, you can forward me the answers to this question. One more thing. Now, obviously, it's the institute policy. We kept the first day. Yes, you have to write at least 8 points in order to get the 15 marks. Now, let me give you some ending notes. I will be keeping my next class on Monday. I will be keeping my next class on Monday. I'm trying to keep a face-to-face as well as an online class. I'm sharing my number as well. This is my number. I'm sharing my number and my way forward. Okay, so we kept the first class free of cost so that maximum students can benefit. Now we have got 4 more days remaining. I can even take it to 5 days as per the need. And in next 4 days, we'll be revising the entire set. See, in today's class, what we did, we revised the entire strategy option. Now in next class, I'll be revising the next 2 topics. In next class, I'll be revising the next 2 topics. And in the last class, I'll be revising the next 2 topics. And similarly, we'll be solving some of the past papers. So I request you all those who want to get themselves registered, they can WhatsApp me. We are charging a very nominal fees for this, and you can obviously get yourself registered for this. I have shared my number. You can text me. I'll add you on my WhatsApp group as well, and you can get the maximum out of it. Only the registered students will be allowed from the next class now onwards. So it's a request that you have 2 more days. You can register yourself. Yes, I will be covering that in Monday's session. We will be having our second day on Monday. That is 23rd of August. According to Pakistan time, it will be 7 to 11 p.m. It will be 7 to 11 p.m. We'll be having our the next day of the session, but only today's class was a demo class, so you all will have to register for the next class. I hope so that it was beneficial for you all. You can give me a review if you need any further changes. If you want me to include something new in it, I'll be highly appreciating these factors. Thank you so much. Till next class, take care. Bye bye. Keep on practicing, keep on doing questions, keep on revising yourself. One thing is for sure that after this 5 days workshop session, you will have immense amount of confidence and you will be in a better position to solve your questions there and then. So this is Sheikh Bilal Haq signing off. Thank you. Take care. Bye bye. The section of employability on the syllabus edition. Yes, I will be solving the new sections as well. Don't worry.